You're watching the Yes Network, the home of champions.
Well, they're jumping on the 4 train in order to see 600. Yes, it's about Alex Rodriguez tonight. A-Rod on the precipice of history. He's at 599, looking for his 600th home run and trying to become only the 7th man in baseball history to do it. Oh, yeah, there's a baseball game as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's defending world champion New York Yankees against the Kansas City Royals in the second of 4 from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with Ken Singleton and Paul O'Neill. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees won yesterday's game 10-4 over the Royals, but a big part of it was a big home run for Alex Rodriguez. Now he's inching closer. Let's talk about 599.
Well, 599 to me is something. I mean, us mere mortals don't even put ourselves in the same book. I mean, the big milestone, obviously, is 600. This is last night, 599 home runs. His offensive numbers, second to none, especially when he started out as a shortstop. Alex Rodriguez is on the brink of becoming something special.
Well, here's a list of the most prolific home run hitters in history. He started at the top with Barry Bonds, then Hank Aaron, 755, Babe Ruth, 714. Willie Mays, the Say Hey Kid with 660, Ken Griffey Jr., recently retired, 630, Sammy Sosa at 609, and Alex Rodriguez trying to join that group at 599.
Let's look at tonight's New York Lottery pitching matchup. Brian Bannister's going to try to stop that 600 home run. 7-8 for Bannister, 5.65. A.J. Burnett for the Yankees, 7-8 with a 4.99. Now, with A.J. Burnett, you just don't know what you're going to get. He could be brilliant. He has electric stuff. He can be dominating. And then he could also struggle. We'll break down A.J. Burnett's season so far when we return right here on Yes. Pitch of Yankees against the Royals, and the guy who's going to throw that first pitch, the guy with a nice signature, A.J. Burnett.
Been kind of a mixed bag of late for A.J. Burnett on the West Coast. He was outstanding. 7 innings, just 2 runs against the Oakland A's. Yankees won that game 6-2. But then, back here at Yankee Stadium, on July the 17th against the Rays, he struggled. He lasted just 2 innings, 4 runs, 4 hits, gave up a home run as the Yankees lost to the Rays 10-5. A.J. trying to turn it around tonight.
You didn't even have to turn anything around after that April. 3-0, 2.43, on to his best season ever, but the last 14 games not too good. 4-8 with a 6.10, and they need him to step up with Andy Pettitte now on the DL. They need length and quality out of Burnett. Well, will Alex Rodriguez get some length against Brian Bannister? He's hit 3 home runs against the Royal starter. 1 today, and it's number 600. Lineups, first pitch, baseball next on Yes. Bought by McDonald's. Head to McDonald's for a refreshing large sweet tea on the dollar menu. Price and participation may vary. By Raymore and Flanagan Furniture, furnishing your style with a guaranteed delivery of 3 days or less. And by the 2010 Honda Clearance. It's the only thing from Honda that won't last. Hot, humid day here in the Bronx. But that might mean that the balls will be flying out of Yankee Stadium. Let's check out the Royals starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus, and which will face that man, A.J. Burnett. Scott Pasetnik's in left to lead off. Jason Kendall will catch. He'll bat second. Batting third, playing first base, Billy Butler. Jose Guillen, the DH, cleans up. Batting fifth and playing third, Wilson Betemit. Alex Gordon, former third baseman, now has switched to right, called up today. He'll bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing second base, Mike Aviles. Rick Ankiel's in center field. He'll bat eighth, and batting ninth and playing shortstop, Unieski Betancourt.
A.J. Burnett, you can see him taking his warm-up tosses on the mound. In fact, he just finished. He's got a 2-2 career record against these Kansas City Royals. Let's take a look at his numbers thus far this season. A.J. with a record of 7-8. This will be his 20th start of the year, 4.99 ERA. More than a hit per inning, 46 walks, opponents hitting .277. Our scouting report on A.J. Burnett for this evening. And A.J., it's time to step up, not only for him, but the starting rotation has to close ranks with the absence of Andy Pettitte. No Royal treatment. No current Royal has ever hit a home run against A.J. Burnett, and he's leading the league in hitting batters with 12.
Scott Pasetnik digs in. A.J. Burnett's ready, and let's do it here in the Bronx. And the first pitch is low, and we are underway. Royals coming at 41 and 54. You want to keep Pasetnik off base. He has 27 stolen bases. Those are his numbers on the season. And there's a strike. Count 1-1. Home plate umpire is Bill Miller. And Burnett deals. Pitch outside. Now, Burnett's season is skewed because of his poor performance in June. In June, 0-5, 11.34. And his other 14 starts, 7-3, 3.31. But you can't take June away. It's fouled away.
That would skew a lot of stats, won't it, Ken?
0-5. That'll hurt. But the fact is, June is gone now.
Right.
He can salvage a pretty good season with a nice final kick here after the All-Star break.
Pasetnik had 2 hits last night. That one is served into left field. Gardner had him play beautifully, and there's one away. Let's take a look at the Yankees defense, brought to you by Mercedes. You've already seen Gardner out left. The center fielder is Granderson. In right field, it's Colin Curtis. Nick Swisher scratched with an Achilles problem. In the infield, it's A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira third to first. Cervelli behind the plate. And Burnett is on the mound. And there's a strike to Jason Kendall.
You know, that first inning when you see A.J. Burnett go out and just start throwing strikes, so free and easy, and then you look at the radar gun, it's still, you know, low 90s to mid 90s. It's very natural, just movement.
That one just under the glove of A-Rod, a single for Kendall.
Kenny, as a pitcher, even as a manager, you look out at that, you see a good sinker, and you see ground balls, you think are good, but then when they start finding holes, you know, you wonder, so that ball get a little top spin, just get out, it's going to look so playable. Yes, Mo.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, Yes, Mo has been something for us this series, Mike.
Hasn't been too good for the umps.
I was saying it's good for us, though. We get to tell them how wrong they are.
You see Mo on Yes, Mo.
Yeah. You see way Mo. That's right.
Here's Billy Butler. And there's a strike to Butler. Butler with 2 hits last night.
Butler's got himself a 5-game hitting streak going. This young man can hit.
Yeah, and you could tell by the way he gets in there. A lot of intensity, and I really saw it last night. He had a big at-bat against Jabba Chamberlain. Ended up walking, but, you know, put together a good at-bat, worked the walk.
Got to give you credit, Paul. Yesterday, De Jesus ran into the wall chasing Jeter's fly ball, and they said he was going to miss the weekend, and you thought it was going to be much more severe. It is. He's going to miss 10 weeks. He has to have surgery on that thumb. So,
you know, I had both of those thumbs. It's gamekeeper's thumb. It's called you that the ligament actually comes off the bone. Not real painful, but it just, you lose the strength in your hands. And Kenny, you know as well as I do, if you don't have strong hands as a hitter, as a fielder, baseball field's not the place to be. But
this could be a double play. Cano to Jeter. On to first. It's a double play. You score at 4-6-3. A 10-pitch inning for A.J. Burnett. Royals nothing. And the New York Yankees coming to bat. Bannister. Let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus. Now, it's a little bit different because Swisher was taken out of the lineup with the Achilles problem. They don't think it's anything serious. So Brett Gardner will lead off and play left. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter bats second. Batting third, playing first, Mark Teixeira. Alex Rodriguez looking for 600. He's a third baseman cleaning up. Batting fifth and playing second base, Robinson Cano. Jorge Posada will DH. He'll bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing center field, Curtis Granderson. Francisco Cervelli will catch. He's going to hit eighth. And batting ninth, replacing Swisher in right field, Colin Curtis.
Brian Bannister gets a start tonight. The right-hander goes for these Kansas City Royals in the second game of this 4-game series. These are his numbers. This will be his 20th start. 7 and 8, 5.65. More than a hit per inning. 40 walks, 62 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 288. Just check out the scouting report real quickly on Brian Bannister. His father, Floyd Bannister, hit against him. His father was a #1 draft pick out of ASU and an all-star for the Mariners. Right-handed batters hitting .315, and only James Shields and Kevin Millwood have given up more home runs than Bannister has.
And there's a strike to Brett Gardner.
Shields is with the Rays and Millwood with the Orioles.
Gardner's in a little bit of a slump right now. 1 hit in his last 19 at-bats. His average has dipped under 300. He's at 296.
Speaking of Kevin Millwood, I mean, his name was brought up in trade rumors all year, and now not even pitching, so he's definitely off the block.
He just came back.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
he got back?
Yeah, he just made 1 start, I believe.
But the way he's pitched, I don't know how many people are going to be interested.
I think he had a forearm strain, which kind of throws a red flag in there.
This is Gardner's 29th career start leading off, and he's worked the count to 3-1.
What'd you say last night, Michael? He sees more pitches than any.
More pitches per bat.
This is what you want out of a leadoff hitter.
And then all of baseball, or the American League?
I think all of baseball. And there's a strike.
Yeah, here it is. 3-2 count. He'd save a lot of time. He'd just put up a 3-2 when he gets up there.
Go from there?
Yeah, that's. Same thing with Nick Swisher.
A little situation for him. Kind of been in a hitting funk.
That one is driven down the right field line. Giving chase is Gordon, and he can't get there. It's one hop up against the wall. Bobbled by Gordon, and that allows Gardner to go to third. So Gordon, drafted as a third baseman, sent down to the minors to play the outfield, has been playing left field. Last couple of games, they finally put him in right, and he struggles right off the bat.
The ball in off the plate. You see that the rotation of that ball. It's a fastball that was trying to run back in, and it just stayed out there. Gardner, I was going to say, was kind of in a little funk. You know, it's kind of nice once in a while when you take your mind off of it. It's a different position. He's leading off tonight. Well, you know it. He leads off with a double, ends up with third base.
So they scored a double and an E9, and that's going to bring up Derek Jeter. Derek, 8 hits in his last 21 at-bats. The Royals play the infield back. And that was right back to Bannister, so Gardner will not score, and Jeter's out at first.
Wow, I would bet at 100 at-bats, Jeter would probably get that runner in the first inning of the first pitch off bench, probably in the 90s sometimes. And it just so happens, you know, you're a little over-anxious. First at-bat, you go out of the zone, you see Jeter shaking his head. It's just frustrating for a hitter because you know how easy it is in that situation to get that guy in.
Here's Mark Teixeira, 7 for his last 16. And he has to skip rope. Did he get hit? Yes, he did. So he'll take first. And that's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez. Listen to the crowd.
The cleanup hitter, third baseman, number 13, Alex Rodriguez. Number 13.
Alex getting a standing ovation. The crowd here to witness history. If he hits his 600th, he will be the youngest player in the history of the game to get to that point. He's 34 years old. His birthday is on Tuesday, and he will turn 35 then. The previous youngest, Babe Ruth, he did it at the age of 36. So he's trying to join a group of 6 right now, making it 7. He's had success against Bannister, 4 for 7, 3 of them home runs. And the righty deals. Pitch is high and the flash bulbs go off here around the stadium.
Start seeing those flash bulbs, Getty. You know something's going on, whether it's a World Series or a big at bat or something.
Some of those flash bulbs were a little late. They would have missed it.
And the 1-0. Breaking ball. There's a strike. So the count 1-1. Now, yesterday when he came up in the 8th inning, after hitting the 599th, the previous inning, he saw the flash bulbs the first at bat, said he had to step out to readjust his eyes. So now he knows that they're coming. The 1-1. 2-1. 28 at bats between his 499th home run and his 500th home run. And he hit his 500th against the Royals, Cal Davies, who's going to start tomorrow afternoon here against the Yanks. First and third with 1 out. The 2-1. Count 3-1. This crowd's not going to like it if they walk him.
Well, he's got himself in a hitter's count here. Right now, he could pick and choose.
254 of his 599 home runs with the New York Yankees. And the 3-1. 3-2.
You like that one?
I was just going to say, that's even a big cut for A-Rod. You see this? This is nothing but I'm going to hit this one long.
You know, when you try and hit a ball too hard, your swing actually gets a little longer. You have to trust your hands and your wrist to get the bat through the zone. Right now, he's checking with Rob Thompson, the third base coach, to see if Teixeira is going to be on the move.
First and third, one out. Bottom of the first. And the 3-2. He walked them. So the bases are loaded. And the crowd boos. And the cameras are put away for a while.
I was going to say they're just going to readjust their flashes for the next at bat.
You know what? I wouldn't put those cameras away so quickly. I mean, you got Posada on deck, one RBI for 1,000. Maybe a little later on in this game, Cano needs 4 hits for 1,000. So
got all kinds of things
going
on
there. The camera's going to get a workout.
Might as well keep snapping. There's no film anymore.
That's right. Just as long as your batteries don't go dead, you're fine.
The old flash bulb.
Yeah, the little
kind of turn around and used to just take a picture because they kind of exploded in there and melted it.
There's a strike.
Young kids would look at mom and dad like, what's he talking about?
I think they do that a lot.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the parents do the same thing.
Cano with the bases loaded this year, 4 for 9. Gardner is at third. Teixeira at second. A-Rod is at first. That might have crossed up Kendall.
Crossed him up a little bit there.
Did that hit his glove or it hit him?
I think a little of both.
He's smiling. The veteran catcher. Yeah, he's looking for a breaking ball.
You know, on TV, you know what happens as a player. He's crossing. You see him going down for that breaking ball. But I'll tell you what, that's a scary thing as a catcher. You expect one thing and get the other.
Now, it's not always the pitcher. Sometimes I've heard stories catchers forget what they threw down. Or with all the signs, they might have thought they threw something else down, but it wasn't what they threw down. So don't always blame the pitcher.
See, that's that in-depth scouting you guys, Kenny. We were out there playing. He's been scouting for years. You know? That's why he's got so many stories up there.
Here. All right, I'll go along with it.
The 1-1. Kendall's getting a workout. Count 2-1.
You know, I have actually heard of a catcher going after the mound and telling the pitcher what he wanted to throw, and then coming back and giving the sign for something else. I've heard of that.
So it can happen. The 2-1. He's not throwing strikes to Cano in the count 3-1.
Same deal as A-Rod had. A 3-1 count with men on base. A chance to really pick what you want to swing at here. And this ball should be hit hard. If he gets what he wants, it should be hit hard somewhere.
And we talked about it as a pitcher. You just cannot go out there and try to nitpick with the Yankees. You got to go after people.
Foul ball.
Yeah, it was hit hard, though.
I mean, the only reason that wasn't a grand slam because it broke in off the plate. And if that ball stays in the strike zone, you know, it's 4-0. And you'll see this ball ends up as a ball. Down and in. You see Kendall was going to catch that ball way down and in.
Oh, yes, Mo, again, I love this.
Ooh, that hit the good part of the bat, too.
Cano 13 of 15 getting the run in from third with less than 2 outs. The 3-2. Driven into left center field. That's going to be trouble. It splits the outfielders. It's going to go to the wall. Gardner scores. Teixeira scores. Here comes A-Rod. He'll score. It's a bases clearing double for Cano. And the Yankees lead 3-0.
You know, as a pitcher, you try to say, hey, you know what, Gardner, I got in on him. But then, you know, you think about you hit a batter, you walked a batter, you get in hitters counts against one of the league-leading hitters. Things are going to happen. Kenny said it's going to be hit hard. And obviously, Bannister does not have that kind of stuff to pitch in those situations where he falls behind.
Well, we're going to see this one in Yes Mo, too. I think Cano left the strike zone for that one.
You know, I tell you what, though, I'd like to see that again. That is a beautiful swing on a high pitch. A lot of guys you'll see kind of tip that back shoulder and get under it. He stays right through the ball, level swing, even with that pitch up out of the strike zone.
25th double of the year for Cano. He now has 66 runs batted in. The Yankees have a 3-0 lead. 1-0 count on Posada. You asked for it, Paul. Here it is. Another look at that swing.
This is nice. You see that? Most guys will get under the ball and pop it up, but you see how level. Even at that top, I mean, there's not a lot of tip to it.
And that's on the Coors Light freeze can. And there's a line drive down the right field line. Fair ball into the corner. They are roughing up Bannister. Cano scores. Posada with a double and an RBI. And it's his 1,000th ribby, and it's a 4-0 Yankee lead. And they're going to give Posada the baseball. A milestone home run for the Yankees veteran catcher. And he's going to get a standing ovation. Milestone mark that means a lot for Posada, and he knew it because he wanted that baseball.
1,000 runs batted in.
Gino will mark that up for him.
Here it is, another look. Just a matter of whether it's going to be fair or foul down the right field line. He got into it. Fair by about a foot. Cano scores easily from second base, and the Yankees have a 4-0 lead. And there it is. Congratulations from Mick Kelleher. 1,000 runs batted in.
And Granderson takes a strike.
You got to figure that Bannister all day heard about, A-Rod 600. That's probably a lot on his mind. All of a sudden, you're down 4-0. You're giving up. They're taking balls out of the game. You're thinking, what have I got myself into tonight?
He's in there against a hot hitting team. The Yankees have poured out a lot of hits on the board in the last 2 games. You got to hit your spots.
Bob McClure, the pitching coach, knows it's going to be tough. That one is driven deep to center field. And Keel back. He'll make the play. Tagging is Posada. He's going to third. Here's the throw. Not in time. What an arm on Ankiel, who used to be a pitcher. He threw that a long way, but Posada made it to third. Pretty impressive gun there, Paul.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He stayed behind it, stays on top. I mean, he probably looks forward to these plays. He knows he has a great arm. That's just too deep. Good base running by Georgie. He didn't. A lot of times you'll go halfway and you get back to the base a little late. He knew he was going to tag up. It was deep enough.
So here is Cervelli, the catcher tonight. Posada's the DH. On the pitch. Bounced up there.
Kendall's been behind the plate. He's coming up on his 2,000th game as a catcher. Tonight is 1996.
Tell you what, look at him. He's got a lather work. I mean, he felt like it's the 5th inning. He's blocked balls. He's put his fingers down 100 times already. Tired.
And not the right ones.
Strike to Cervelli. Two outs and runners in scoring position. Cervelli doesn't blink. 12 for 25 this year. That's 480. Not bad for a second-year player in a big spot. So it's 4-0 Yankees. The 1-2. 2-2. Bannister started the season 6-3, 4.50, but since June 12th, 1-5, 7.93. And the count 3-2.
See that pitch right there? It just looks like he's kind of aiming that curveball. Doesn't finish. In that way, you're hesitant. You're not getting your good movement.
Grounded to short, Betancourt. And that'll do it. But the Yankees get 4 runs, and 2 of the big guns got it. A bases-loaded double for Cano. And then Posada drives in his 1,000th career run. Oh, yeah, 4-0 Yanks. Question is, if you caught A-Rod's 600th home run ball, what would you do with it? You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. And here are your choices. Would you, 1, sell it, 2, keep it, or 3, give it back to A-Rod?
Mike, I only want to hear your answer. Kenny, what would you do? You're number one.
No, I wouldn't sell it. I would give it to Alex, but I would try to trade it.
Get something.
Yeah, I'd get
Barter.
something about it. Yeah.
That's
a bat for the ball?
Maybe.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
A bat from every player on the team.
A couple tickets.
That's not
jerseys.
reasonable.
How about this? You're going to love this. Jorge Posada drove in his 1,000th run against Brian Bannister. All right? Here's the 0-1 to Guillen. That's looped into right field. Colin Curtis is there. One away. Ken Singleton drove in his 1,000th run on a home run against Bannister's father.
Here we go with the circle of life again, huh?
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, what up, Pumbaa?
August 11th, 1983.
In Chicago.
Yeah.
Right. Change up. I remember the pitch.
You turned him into Uncle Floyd Bannister. Here's Wilson Betemeat. That one is ripped into right center field, and that's going to be a base hit. It gets past Granderson, and it will go to the wall as Betemeat is content with a double. Hey, let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. Clear sky, 86 degrees, high humidity. The winds are out of the southeast at 6 miles per hour, but the forecast is for scattered T-storms.
T-storms.
Bigelow T-storms.
You know, there's a lot of problems in that weather tonight, Michael. It's not one of my favorites.
Nah, it doesn't look good.
What's Kim saying the pregame? It's like pea soup?
Like pea soup, that's what she said.
Yeah.
Here's Alex Gordon against A.J. Burnett. Gordon, a cautionary tale. First-round draft pick for the Royals. Had a great Double-A season out of college. Then they planned to put him into Triple-A. The third baseman they had lined up got hurt in spring training. Gordon had a good spring training, and they made him the everyday third baseman, and they probably set him back. Now, they've moved him to the outfield. He put up good numbers in Triple-A, and they're giving him a chance as an outfielder now with the injury to David DeJesus. And that's what he did in Omaha, 315, 14 homers, and 44 ribbies.
Yeah, one thing I liked about him when he was here the first time, he had pretty good batting eye. Very rarely swung at pitches out of the zone.
Fly ball. Granderson will make the play. Tagging Betemeat. He's going to go to third.
You ever play in Omaha, Kenny? in the minor leagues?
No, but I went to the College World Series.
I was going to say, as a player, you knew about that stadium because you would watch it in the College World Series, a AAA ballpark.
They're
Good place to play.
one.
Yeah.
IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Was that called Rosenblatt Stadium?
Rosenblatt Stadium.
Yep. I can remember watching July 4th fireworks there one night. You know, you'd play the game, you'd come out and watch the fireworks. True minor leagues. Yeah.
Here's Mike Aviles with a runner on third base and 2 outs. Nice stop there by Cervelli.
A great opportunity for Burnett. You know, you're talking about a bounce back start. You know, you get 4 runs in the first inning. Get out here and just try to start throwing. Wow.
Ooh, man.
Wow.
Right underneath the mask.
Like it kind of stunned him a little bit. You see, he didn't quite have his balance. And I mean,
the 1-0. Fouled away.
Chance for Burnett to relax a little bit, throw some strikes. And, at this point, each pitch is not going to be in the ball game. Just look at the glove and just try and hit it.
These are situations too where you got 2 outs, you can save a run as a pitcher. You got to know that you go to make your best stuff. You don't want to let this team get back in the game by scoring early.
Kind of foreboding skies over the stadium right now.
What's that mean? The weather turning around?
Not good.
Not good.
The 1-2. Grounded. Knocked down by A-Rod. He recovers, fires to first, and they get Aviles for the final out of the second inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 4-0 Yankees. The Acela Express, enjoy the journey. He always does. 2 more games against the Royals, Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Then the Yankees hit the road. 4 in Cleveland, 4 night games, all starting at 7:05. Then on to Tampa Bay, really St. Pete. 2 games at night and 1 in the afternoon on Sunday. Jay-Z's hit the game.
Oh, he's in the house. You know, it's kind of ironic because one of the songs that A-Rod, when he comes up to the plate, each player has a song. Every once in a while, A-Rod's song is On to the Next One by Jay-Z. And, of course, that means a lot tonight. On to the next one will be number 600.
I'll tell you that Jay-Z performance before the World Series, and obviously it became a huge song from New York, but that was fun. I thought that was really neat. Mike, I've heard you sing that song before too.
Love that song. It's on my iPod as Colin Curtis down looking. Empire State of Mind.
It's on mine too. It's a good workout song.
I don't know about that.
Brett Gardner.
You know,
He's on a roll these last few.
Must be getting his rest. He's at home.
Pitch to Brett Gardner is outside 1-0.
See his eyes light up when we were talking about Chicago and Rush Street last night. He perked up. Did you see that?
Rush and division. The 1-0. And the count 1-1.
Change speed with a curveball. Two different curveballs, back-to-back curveballs. One took a little bit more off of, got a little more break.
Now we're talking about milestones, right? And we talked about Jorge's 1,000th ribby. This is pretty significant. There have been only 5 catchers in baseball history to have 350 doubles, 250 home runs, and 1,000 RBIs. They are Johnny Bench,
Derek Carter.
Derek Carter's another.
Yogi?
No. Pudge Rodriguez. Carlton Fisk. And Jorge Posada.
Some big names.
Ooh, all Hall of Famers.
Right.
I mean, Pudge is going to go to the Hall of Fame. And Jorge did it in fewer at-bats than any of them. So he's put together a great career. Take a look at the Royals defense, brought to you by Mercedes in the outfield for Sednick and Keel and Gordon. Infield, Bettermeet, Betancourt, Aviles, and Butler. That's third to first. Kendall is behind the plate. So Bannister struck out 2 here in the second. Here's Derek Jeter. Count 1-0.
Mike, I don't know if it's getting dark. But those 4 boating skies are getting uglier by the minute.
I think he's getting uglier.
Yeah.
It's getting to be nighttime. That's why it's getting darker.
You have a rain delay, Andy Paul?
I had a rain owl at the 9th hole today. I was a little chapped, to tell you the truth. Just making the turn after birdie in number 9. That's not good. We've had enough rain today.
And Derek Jeter walks.
This is a no contact inning. 2 strikeouts and a walk.
And that's going to bring up to show. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning, and on deck is Alex Rodriguez. Pitch outside. Bannister is a very cerebral pitcher. He studies angles, pressures on certain parts of the baseball, studies tape constantly, and really thinks that you can make yourself a better pitcher just by film study and really unbelievable copious work on scouting reports.
Academic All-American at USC.
And he's trying to put together some kind of computer program that he can teach pitchers how to be better pitchers, although that program had a little bit of a glitch in the first innings.
I was looking at that 4. To retool it.
1-1. 1-2.
I was talking to one of their. I was talking to Frank White earlier, and they were talking about him throwing one of his fastballs. He throws with no seams, both fingers on it, which you never see, and you get a little movement on it. In the old days, obviously, you got a little sweat on it, and you threw no seams, and you got a spitball out of it. But he feels like he gets good movement, very hard to pick up. But that's a 4-seam grip right there. And once in a while, he goes with his fingers off the seams. To me, very hard to control.
Popped up. Bettermeet in foul territory. We'll have to wait for A-Rod's second at bat until the 3rd inning. So the Yankees strand 1. We've played 2. It's 4-0 Bombers right here on Yes. It's all Yankees so far, 4-0. They scored 4 in the first. As A.J. Burnett deals. That one is driven to right center off the bat. Rick Yankees. Drifting back is Granderson, and he puts it away. 1 pitch, 1 out. Let's get down to Kimberly Jones, who is in the camera pit next to the Royals dugout. Kim, it's hot down there, let's be honest.
How's that pea soup doing down there, Kim?
It feels great. I just need a spoon and a bowl, Paul. But I have bad news, guys. The ground crew preparing for some storms that are headed to this area in about 45 minutes or so. You know Danny Cunningham and his crew, they do a great job, and they're almost always right about these forecasts.
Well, let's hope that they're wrong this time. Now, let's talk about Alex Rodriguez. That's a topic of conversation for the entire team before the game. It's something that the team's invested in, and they are rooting for their teammate.
They are having a lot of fun with this. The flashbulbs that went off last night in his last at-bat, and of course today in his first at-bat in dusk conditions so we could see them already. Nick Swisher told me it reminds him of when Jeter was in pursuit of Gehrig's record last September. He said all those flashbulbs going off, he said Jeter and Alex are like movie stars anyway. They love this stuff. I said, are you having fun with Alex on this? He said, oh my, yes. So they are really enjoying this in the dugout.
That one's lofted to right field. Colin Curtis is there. And also, Kim, A-Rod seems to be enjoying this. I think the 500 chase was something that weighed on him. This seems like it's a little bit of fun.
He says he's a much different player now. He has a world championship under his belt. He is team first all the way. Kevin Long told me 100% Alex is enjoying these moments. He said he has a lot of people, teammates, coaching staff in the clubhouse in his corner. That makes a big difference. It makes Alex very comfortable in this spot this time around.
Pasednik takes a strike. Very quickly about A.J., Kim. What do you know about him coming off that bad start on Saturday?
He had a very quiet week in the clubhouse, although I am told that a couple days ago from Dave Island, his side session went beautifully. Someone close to A.J. told me he just has to stay out of his own way. For a pitcher that talented, Michael, that is certainly the case. We've talked about the mental side of A.J.'s game an awful lot.
You know, you have to go to the mental side, Kim, because he's got such unbelievable physical talent. That's really the only answer for why he is so maddeningly inconsistent.
You got it. And Dave Island told me when A.J. is right, he has the best stuff on our staff. He is the most talented guy on our staff. That's how good he is, because look around him. That's a pretty good staff.
It is sad, though, that somebody close to him said he just has to stay out of his own way, because A.J. should be a consistent 17 to 20 game winner every year.
And he knows that. He thinks too much, Michael.
And there's a base hit through the left side of the infield for Pasednik, so he is on with 2 outs. Kim, I want you to come upstairs. You're standing down there. You got a sweater on. It just doesn't make sense. It's hot. It's pea soup. Please
She's
come
ready
up.
for that cold front in case it shows up.
I'll be up soon, guys.
All right,
Thank you
thanks,
very
Kim.
much.
That's Kimberly Jones, and you'll hear from Kim on the postgame show with Bob Lorenz as well. That'll bring up Jason Kendall.
Michael, you mentioned last night that Derek Jeter and Kendall were born on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kendall's 36 years old, 36, 35, 36?
Yeah, they're the same age, same day, same year.
All right. The fact is that Kendall has caught every game but 6 this year. I mean, he's... Well, the time's not bothering him as far as catching games are concerned.
Runner goes. The throw to second. Not in time. 28 stolen base for Pasednik.
We talked about a big part of the Royals game. You know, Pasednik up in the league leaders with stolen bases.
He is 4th in the league. That's a tough pitch to throw on in the dirt. Scooped out by Cervelli. Can't get it down there in time. He got a pretty good jump. You know, one of the deals with A.J. Burnett is the better base stealers usually make it against him, and there's that mitten that he wears on. It's not really a mitt because I think it's plaster Paris.
Yeah, that's, you know what, that it showed you what can happen there. If you'll watch that slide again and you'll see that hand going across the bag, it keeps that thumb from getting out and hooking on that bag where you can really get hurt. See right here, if those fingers are spread, that thumb catches. You see it kind of just slides right over the base that way. An awkward piece to wear on your hand, but boy, you can see how it saves his thumb. Somebody in the training room came up with that, and it's done a good job with the cross-up. There we go. Let's talk this one over, especially the man on second.
Posednik, by the way, with that base hit, 10 straight games. He's on a little bit of a roll here lately. You start getting into double figures.
Sudden, I mean, you look at this Kansas City Royals team, Posednik, you look at his numbers. He's a 300 hitter. He's got great speed. A guy that would fit in on a winning team that, needed a good leadoff hitter. But, the Royals offensively, not a bad team. If their pitching comes around, they could get in the thick of things in the next couple of years. Yeah, that's what they really need. They need pitchers. They got Zach Greinke. Some of the other starters not as accomplished as him. I mean, he's the reigning Cy Young Award winner. I actually was a little disappointed. I had not seen Zach Greinke pitch in person, and I was kind of looking forward to watching him throw against the Yankees. Obviously, he pitched right before they came in, so they'll miss him.
I think he missed the Yankees quite a bit the last few years. They haven't seen much of him. It's kind of worked out that way.
Nobody on the Yankees are crying. Believe me, he's a tough guy to get good swings off. But, even if you come out as a fan, you've got to respect that a guy with that type of talent.
I'm reading all the rumors with the trade deadline approaching, and it's come out from several reporters that Greinke is available. You've got to blow the Royals away, but he's not untouchable, and neither is Joaquin Soria, their closer.
If you look at what an organization is going to look at, all right, Zach Greinke in the next few years, not next year, but a couple years down the road, is going to make a ton of money. So are you going to have an opportunity to win within that little couple-year window? Probably not. But if you can fill in a couple other places and kind of stall those big salaries, then you could hold on to a couple guys that Greinke could bring. You agree, Ken?
If you're willing to move on, you think about your fan base, how happy they're going to be to see Greinke leave town.
I mean, there's got to be a reason to come out of the ballpark. So it's a tough call. 1-1.
When you think back to the heyday of the Royals, you're talking about the 70s and late 70s and 80s when they were hooking up with the Yankees in the postseason. They had a pretty good pitching staff. They had Dennis Leonard. They also had Paul Splitoff and Larry Gurr, pitchers like that. Quisenberry coming out of the bullpen. There's Frank White, who was a member of those teams. He was second baseman, Gold Glover 8 times. That's George Brett, of course.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the breaking ball. For the Royals, no runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left. Alex Rodriguez will lead off the bottom of the third. He's 1 home run away from 600. So stick around as he chases that mark. Alex Rodriguez against Bannister, 3 for 7. And 3 of them home runs, really 4 for 7. 3 of those were home runs, and those are all 3 that he's connected on against the Royals right-hander. In the first inning, he walked and scored, so here he is in the third, leading off against Bannister. 1 home run away from 600. Bannister deals. Grounded left side. Diving stop by Bettamy, and it's an infield single for Rodriguez.
Breaking ball, what do we got? Something looked like a breaking ball kind of up in the zone. Alex gets out to hook it. Just pulls it enough to get it in the hole where he can beat it out for a single.
A little out in front, Bettamy with the headlong dive, and doesn't get up quickly enough. He's down there for a little while and realizes can't throw him out. Little off-speed curveball. You got to file that away, though.
Yeah.
You might see that later on in the game.
Here's Cano. He had the big blow in the first inning. And with Alex Rodriguez running, he rips one into right center field here in the third. Alex goes to third. Cano is 2 for 2. And the Yankees are set up. First and third, nobody out.
Off-speed pitch, kind of running something away. I don't know if that was a changeup or he just took a little bit off. And Cano, as good as he is at staying on the ball, just laces it into right center. Bannister back on the mound in the stretch, in trouble again.
And here is Posada. Got 1,000. Now you're looking for 600. So one down and one to go. And Posada's driven in a run in 7 straight games. And also now Cano is 2 away from 1,000 hits in his career. So a lot of things happening. Put together some season so far. Popped up. Shallow left, backing up his Betancourt to make the play, and the runners hold.
Reading this note on Posada driving in a run tonight to
number 14.
stretch a streak of 7 straight games to reach 1,000 runs batted in. Yogi Berra had a 9-game streak of driving in runs to drive in his 1,000th run. Yogi was taking him off the board like one day at a time.
Here's Granderson. And the pitch is low, 1-0. They haven't picked off. Clean. And the old fake to third, fake to first finally works.
Don't even pick up your phone because our lighter will be texting. You see this? Jeff Nelson, all of them. See, it works.
That's just going to encourage more pitchers to do it even more now.
Wow.
Made it look easy.
Yeah. You get so flustered as a runner, you know what you've just done, but you know you got to take off and at least make them get in a rundown. Don't worry about Alex at third base.
That one's driven deep to right field. Going back, Gordon, and he makes the play on the run for the final out. Granderson really spanked it, but Gordon ran it down. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 man left. We play 3, 4-0 Yankees. fourth inning. Yankees were leading 4-0. And there's a ground ball up the middle. Jeter's right there with a nice hop, so 1 pitch and 1 out. Time now for the New York State Smokers Quit Line quiz. And it involves Paul O'Neill. Against which team did Paul O'Neill hit his 150th and 200th career home runs? Now, do you know this one, Paul? You lived it.
I know this one.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I remember this. Well, this looks like a piece of artwork out there. We're getting a different view. Is that really live on TV? Because the way I'm looking is dark. The picture you're seeing at home is pretty. Look at that. Yeah, that's a still frame from last week.
The 0-1.
I'll tell you what, you got to watch your toes tonight. There's a lot of right-handed curveballs going in on these guys' feet.
One thing that AJ's done tonight pretty well is thrown the first pitch strikes to 11 of 14 batters. So that'll get the job done.
You know, so many people have been talking about how Alex is in a better frame of mind than when he was chasing 500. And Jeter had such a great sardonic line yesterday because somebody said, there's a base hit up the middle off the bat of Betemit. Somebody said that Jeter is Alex in a different place than he was in that chase for 500. He said, yeah, he's across the street. But Derek did seriously say, he said he seems happy when he comes to the ballpark. He has fun here. He has fun in the clubhouse. So I hate that it sounds like psychobabble. He sounds like he's in a better place. He's in a different place than he was. Things off his shoulders, things that he's been carrying around with him.
Mentioned it. Won a world championship.
Yep.
Meanwhile, can the Yankees get Betemit out? I mean, this is he's hit rockets. Did a couple last night, 2 tonight. He's hit 360, so the Yankees aren't the only team he's hitting well against. Started the year down at AAA, and now with Kai Aspo going to the Angels, he's going to play third base.
All right, Mike, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. Just because you've been a Yankee fan your whole life, and I was just looking at that split screen with A-Rod and G.
Right.
So if you could have a ticket, let's go ahead here a couple of years. If you could have a ticket to see A-Rod's 700 or Jeter's 3,000.
Wow. Well, hopefully I'll have a ticket to both.
You know what? I started the story. You can buy a ticket to one of them. What would be more as a Yankee fan to see Jeter's 3,000?
I think it would mean more to see Jeter's 3,000 because no one on the Yankees has ever had 3,000 hits. And also, he's been here his whole career. He's drafted
that's what I was thinking from when I asked you the question of being a Yankee fan is Derek Jeter's played his whole career here. But again, that plateau of 3,000 hits that Derek Jeter is going to, and that plateau of 700 home runs, which Alex Rodriguez at the end of his career will be going to.
Maybe the
unbelievable milestone.
The better question would be, see Jeter's 3,000 hit or A-Rod pass Barry Bonds on the all-time list.
Nice play by Teixeira. There's one on to second. It's a double play. Teixeira does that play very, very well. A 3-6 DP. No runs, no hits, no errors, and because of the DP, nobody left on base. Beautifully turned by Teixeira. Goes down to his left knee, scrambles to the bag, and fires a strike to Jeter, and we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. line quiz, and Paul, you lived it, so what's the answer?
I'm saying the Kansas City Royals. I think I hit my 200th off Tim Belcher with the Royals at the time.
Wow, look at you. And Kevin Apier.
Some brand name guys.
Belcher was late in his career. Tim Belcher, a friend of mine growing up, he was from Ohio. And I hit a lot of home runs off him for facing him the few times I did. But you know the way that goes. Friendship only goes so long before they throw one up and in on it.
That one's driven deep to right center. And Keel will make the play, retiring Cervelli for the first out. Now with rain imminent, you have to get in the top of the 5th inning if you're the Yankees to make this an official game. This is the Royals' last trip into New York. So you want to get in this game so you don't have to think about a doubleheader tomorrow or Sunday. Here's Colin Curtis, struck out looking in the second. There's a strike. It's 4-0 Yankees.
I guarantee tomorrow night, big night for you on the town. Saturday night in Manhattan, you don't want to do a doubleheader. No?
I just love working with you, Paul.
Yeah?
Whatever
we can
dictates.
Work tonight and one tomorrow. We don't have to work double time.
Maybe I'll hang with the O'Neills.
Right. Big show tomorrow.
I hear a big Broadway appearance for O'Neill.
You're in the show?
Yeah. You know what? The one thing I'd have more leg room if I was in the show, believe me, because that's the one thing my wife loves to go to these shows. The seats are made for people that are like 5'2". There's no room.
Broadway's been around a long time.
Yeah.
And there's a base hit for Colin Curtis.
Talking to Kevin Long about Colin Curtis before the game, and the Yankee hitting coach had nothing but praiseworthy things to say about him. And one thing he did say, and I mentioned, he's got a little minute man in him. He's ready at any time.
Obviously.
And that coming off the bench, he's gotten some big hits. But Michael said, I think he's driven in 6 runs on pinch hit appearances. He's got a nice swing. I mean, he covers the plate well. He's quick on the inside pitch.
Got that level swing, kind of like Robbie. You see that bat kind of get through the zone in a level pace. It just, now that you play golf, it's on plane. Everything's on plane, and it's not in the zone and out of it where you get fly balls and ground balls. It stays through the ball a lot.
Well, hooks and slices.
Those are bad words.
In other words, he said he's a good young hitter.
Yes. Attitude too. I saw him walking around the cage today. Just has a smile on his face. I mean, that at bat to me, it's still just I can't.
That one gets away from Kendall as Curtis will move to second.
Can't get over that 0-2 pinch hit coming off the bench and end up working the 3-2 count and hitting your first major league home run.
They're going to score that a pass ball. A strike.
Now there's that good sinker. It looks like he took a little off of it, 81 miles an hour, but that has good movement. And, that's what you're looking for if you're not an overpowering pitcher. So that ball, you see the rotation in that actually turned it over as a kind of like a changeup. It was up in the zone, but he got good movement down with it. We talked about that might be that no seam fastball, and it takes a little velocity off, and you get downward motion. Curveball there, but the only problem is when you get it up in that part of the strike zone up, and you don't get that movement,
or it stays right in the middle.
Yeah, that's when you're collecting them out of the upper deck.
That's a breaking ball, Griff. He's going to pull down on the seam, just right over the top.
And Gardner swings and misses to the second out of the inning. So Bannister really struggled in the first, but he's navigating through these other innings. And that's going to bring up Derek Jeter. And there's a strike.
And Jeter's been a pretty successful hitter against the Royals in his career. 318 for his career against Kansas City. So you're not the only one, Paul, hates the Kansas City Royals.
Place to hit.
Years ago, the Kauffman Stadium used to be artificial surface.
See, now this is a change-up grip. You see that circle change there, so that's going to be his true change-up. And then I think what we're going to catch before the night's over, we're going to get that seamless fastball also.
Count 1-2 to Jeter. And Bannister steps off. Bannister really likes pitching in the day. He hates the night. 3.95 ERA lifetime in the day, 5.49 at night. And there's a short fly ball into the night, and Rick Yankeel makes the play for the final out of the fourth. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We go to the top of the fifth inning. Yankees are leading this one 4-0. Cleveland after Sunday's game against the Royals for a 4-game set. A.J. Burnett deals to Mike Aviles, and the ball is fouled straight back here under our booth. 0-1. Yankees are up 4-0. Count 1-1. You know, we looked up your matchup, Paul, with Tim Belcher. 23 for 76, which is .303, 7 home runs.
Yeah. Tim Belcher is a pitching coach now for the Indians. He stayed in the game.
I'll tell him you said hi when I see him.
We had a lightning spot out there.
Oh.
See that? The artwork is gone.
Wow, what a stop. I mean, Spelling's halfway to the Yankee dugout. Man, is he quick. You got to love this. Tony Pena saying that's my catcher doing this.
You know, again, in slow motion, that looks like an easy play. That happens so quick. Strike three.
Aviles did not think he went around. but Bill Miller said he did. And that's going to bring up Rick Yankeel. Pitch outside. Rick Yankeel and Babe Ruth are the only two players in Major League history to have 25 or more home runs in a season while having started 25 as a pitcher in the previous season. Babe Ruth, though, became a hitter because he was such a great hitter. Rick Yankeel became a hitter because he lost the ability to throw strikes. He was a super prospect with the St. Louis Cardinals.
He's had some good swings and some balls. You say he's been out on the DL. He's just not quite back, but definitely a fastball hitter. He's fouled off a couple pitches from AJ tonight. Looks like he looks dead fastball hitter.
Had a right quad strain that put him on the DL. Just came off yesterday. The 1-2. Swing and a miss.
It's about as good a curveball as A.J. Burnett has flipped up there tonight. This is a real good one. Bottom's going to fall out of this. Boom. Over the top. Great pitch. Well, it looks even better on Yesmo.
How far you just didn't miss it. You're out in front of it. That's the speed taken off at a breaking ball.
That's a weak hack there by Betancourt.
I venture to say that this is one of the better innings A.J. Burnett's had in his last couple of starts. It's got a good curveball, good fastball, free and easy.
Good rhythm.
High fly ball center field. Granderson is there, and it is an official game as A.J. Burnett works a 1-2-3 inning. We played 4.5. We are halfway through. Teixeira, Rodriguez, and Cano. Is there lightning in the future? Well, it's there in the present, too. Pitch to Mark Teixeira is a strike as we start the bottom of the 5th inning. It's an official game, and there's a tornado warning for all 5 boroughs of New York City.
A little tornado is not going to scare you away from a ball game, is it, Michael?
Not me.
A little warning, that is. Tornado, Mike. I tell you, when it gets as hot and humid as it's been up there, something's got to happen, you know?
Saw the head groundskeeper here at the stadium, Danny Cunningham, talking with Mike Riley, the crew chief for the umpires, and they're just telling them exactly what's expected, when it's going to come, and that they're ready to take the field. That's Danny.
Do you get tornado warnings here a lot?
No.
I was going to say, I live in Ohio. I mean, we get them once a week because of
this is rare.
Yeah, it's hard for tornadoes to get across town. All the big buildings.
Too much traffic.
Yeah, too much traffic, everything.
starting to rain now on Teixeira as he swings and misses. And that's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez. And this might be Alex's last shot if the skies open up to get his 600th home run. At least tonight. Alex walked and scored in the first. Infield single in the hole on the left side in the third. Sitting on 599. Well, the scene is set for a dramatic blast with the lightning in the sky and the rain coming down, and Brian Bannister on the mound. The pitch. It's high, 1-0.
Wouldn't it be right out of the natural?
I was just saying, I hope he doesn't put a light out with his home run.
So through the raindrops, Alex will try to make history. The 1-0. 1-1. The flash is going off with each pitch. As each fan trying to catch this. The 1-1. And the count 2-1. Huge crowd here in the ballpark, close to a sellout. The 2-1 is grounded foul. And no matter how calm and cool and what kind of good place you're in, you know you're one home run away from 600. You're thinking about it. You're probably going to press just a little bit and maybe take yourself out of your swing. Alex is trying to fight that urge. The 2-2. Strike three. Rodriguez down looking. Now let's check out how they pitch to him. The pitch by pitch brought to you by Suzuki Kizashi.
Well, Harrod's been hitting the ball well to the opposite field, so it appears that they're trying to get everything in on his hands. There's a call strike, evens up the count. That one misses 2-1. Everything's going to be in. Fouls it off, 2-2 count. There it is, call strike three. Everything on the inner third of the plate. So if A-Rod was going to hit one of those pitches out, he was going to have to pull it.
Here's Cano. 1-0. And now they are going to put the tarp on because they have such a strong forecast where they know it's going to start pouring here. So rather than have the players on the field with the lightning and with the tornado warning, they are going to go to the tarp. And they will go to the tarp with a 1-0 count on Robinson Cano. So it's an official game as we've played 4.5 and the home team is leading. So by doing this, they'll protect the infield for sure rather than have the heavy rain come and then really destroy the skin of the infield. A.J. Burnett has pitched well, Kenny. That's a pretty good performance by him coming off that bad performance on Saturday.
Yeah, you hope that the delay isn't all that long for A.J. Burnett, so he might be able to continue in this game. Another thing, if the wind starts to pick up, it makes it more difficult to put the tarp on the field as well for the ground crew. Every once in a while, you see those shots of the wind blowing, and they can't even get the tarp on the field. So I think it's a preemptive strike by the umpires and the grounds crew.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you what's going on. Right now, the Yankees are leading 4-0. They're putting the tarp on. We'll be back in just a moment. America's Sub Shop, and by Heineken Light. See the light. Well, we've seen some light in the sky, some lightning. There's a tornado watch in the 5 boroughs of New York City. And the Charp is on the field. We're 2 outs into the bottom of the 5th inning with a 1-0 count on Robinson Cano. Yankees lead 4-0, all 4 runs in the first inning. Alex Rodriguez has 1 hit, 1 walk, and he struck out, so still sitting on 599. Now we toss it back to the studio and Bob Lorenz. Robert? studio. And, we thank you for that. Right back here at the stadium, Victor Marte is warming up. The Royals have taken the field, so Marte is going to take over for Brian Bannister as Ned Yost makes the call to the bullpen. Brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. The rain delay is simply too long to keep Bannister in there, so they turn it over to the right-hander Marte.
Look at his numbers. This will be his 19th appearance of the year. He's undefeated, 3-0. High ERA is 6.93. 24 and 2/3 innings, 25 hits. And you can see the 16 strikeouts to go along with 11 walks. One thing you do not see, in the 24 and 2/3 innings, he's allowed 7 home runs.
Kenny, it's funny. You go through all those numbers, and only one thing sticks out as being good. He's 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 and 7 homers.
Well, he inherits a 1-0 count on Cano. Yankees are leading 4-0. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Yankees scored all their runs in the first. A.J. Burnett, the pitcher of record on the winning side, and Brian Bannister, the pitcher of record on the losing side. Cano 2 for 2, 3-run double in the first inning. And now the count 2-0.
Wow, see those pitches. See, this guy's got a big sinker ball just taken off.
The rain delay officially 1 hour and 25 minutes. The 2-0. Now we're talking about milestones, and A-Rod's 1 home run away from 600. Robinson Cano is 2 hits now away from 1,000 hits for his career. So 2 for 2 so far tonight. Here's the 3-0 and a strike.
Yeah, one thing, I know that the outfield drains very well here, but it's still got to be kind of damp. So if you're an outfielder and there's a ball hitting your direction, particularly on the ground, you're going to have to charge it. It's going to slow down quite a bit.
Close plays at the plate. You got to remember that. I mean, it's very hard to throw a wet baseball, especially as an outfielder.
That one's given deep to right center field. Going back Yankiel. On the track, he makes the play in front of the Yankee bullpen. And that is going to do it here in the 5th as the Yankees go down in order. 1, 2, 3. It took about an hour and 30 minutes, but we go to the 6th inning. It's 4-0 Yanks. We've given you extra time to text tonight at 58772. If you caught A-Rod's 600th home run, Paul, what would you do with it? And here's how you voted. 69% said give it back to A-Rod. 19% would sell it, and 12% would keep it. Now, give it back to A-Rod's kind of nebulous. Would you just give it back to him, or would you trade him for it? So that is kind of left unanswered. Chad Godin will take over for A.J. Burnett, who went a solid 5, and he's eligible to even up his record at 8-8. He can get the victory if the bullpen does the job. They expect some length out of Godin. That's what he's done so far this year. And he's allowed just 2 runs in 3 of his last 4 outings. Pasednik leads off. And a strike called by Bill Miller, the home plate ump. Pasednik's 1 for 2. Fly to left, single to left, and stole a base. Fouled away.
I do remember after long rain delays, Ken, it does kind of take a while to get it tuned up again, especially as a hitter. I was really surprised. I mean, Robbie put a good charge into that. You see, A.J. Burnett made it back out there, probably iced down, a little meal, done for the night. Hopes that lead stays to pick up another win.
Pasednik is, wherever he has gone, he's been able to bring speed to the top of most lineups. Seattle, Milwaukee, White Sox, Colorado, then with the White Sox again, and now here with Kansas City.
And the 1-2. 2-2. Yankees didn't want this sort of outing tonight because pitching tomorrow with Sergio Mitre, you don't know what kind of length you're going to get out of him. So they know now tonight they'll have to get 12 outs out of their bullpen. The 2-2. Ground ball to Cano. He gets in front of it, and there's one away. So Godin could save some bullets out of the bullpen if he works effectively, and if he can give them 2, they'd love 3 innings out of him.
Yeah, another thing about tomorrow's ball game, it's a day game, so it's a quick turnaround, and you got a long rain delay tonight. Of course, you want to be getting out of here as quickly as possible and get everybody a decent night's sleep.
Now, A.J. Burnett has actually picked up a win with only 5 innings of pitching. That was on May 25th. He had 5 innings of shutout ball at Minnesota, and they suspended the game. And the Yankees actually scored in the top of the 6th inning. Obviously, he didn't come out and pitch the bottom of the 6th, but he was the pitcher that was in there when they scored, so he got the win. Still sounds strange to say a rain delay in Minnesota, but with Target Field, there's no roof. What a beautiful ballpark.
I was going to ask you about that. That's one I haven't seen.
There's a ground ball to Jeter, and they get Kendall. Well, talking about tomorrow afternoon, it's Game 3 here at the stadium. Complete coverage will start at noon with batting practice today presented by Audi, and then the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then Kenny, Paul, and I are back once again with all the action. Royals Yankees tomorrow at noon only on Yes. They did a great job on that ballpark in Minneapolis. Downtown, open air. It's going to be interesting in October. That's really the only drawback of that ballpark. It's outdoors in Minneapolis, where it can be cold in April and September and October. And if they get to the World Series, November. Low 1-0. Oh, strike.
Now, here's our scouting report on Billy Butler. Pretty good young hitter. Needs 1 home run for 50. Not quite in A-Rod territory, but 34 multi-hit games this year, and he's grounded into a double play tonight, which gives him 23.
That's a base hit.
And 23 leads the major leagues, grounding into double plays.
I mean, you're hitting it hard. That means you don't get out of the box, or it just means you don't run real well.
Yeah, that was me. He's a good young hitter, though. We mentioned last night when he got his 500th hit, he was the youngest player in baseball with 500 hits. Just 24 years old.
Here's Jose Guillen. 0 for 2. Fly to right and grounded to short. There's a strike by Godin. We talk about tomorrow and something that both teams have to gear up for. It's supposed to be anywhere from 95 to 100 degrees with high humidity in the New York, New Jersey area.
Thunderstorms tonight, then that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure, doesn't the thunderstorm kind of cool things off? Come on, Michael, jump in there with your weather expertise.
It does. It would have been 120.
Oh, okay. That's nice to know we got that thunderstorm then to keep it under 120.
High pop-up. Cervelli tosses away the mask and makes the play for the final out of the top of the sixth. No runs, a hit, and one man left. You go to the bottom of the sixth, it's 4-0 Yanks. Full moon obscured by some fog and clouds as we go to the bottom of the sixth. The first pitch to Posada is low.
Doesn't that look like the start of some horror movie?
Oh, we're in Gotham, right? I mean, that's kind of...
Expect a werewolf to come out the door.
Well, really, you know, with the rabbit ears bad at the beginning of the honeymooners. The 1-0 just popped up behind the plate.
Around my household with my little girl, it's werewolves and vampires now with all the Twilight stuff going on.
The honeymooners, yeah. They just draw the eyes on there.
You didn't say jack-o'-lantern, Michael. Just put a smile on it.
Count 2-1. Posada with a milestone RBI for him in the first, his 1,000th. He got the ball, double into the right field corner.
There it is. And Cano will come around to score from second base. 1,000. Nice round number. Run batted in.
Posada hit that twice. Once and then on the backswing off the end of the bat.
That's the worst thing you could, now that I'm a golfer, Kenny, and you two, that's the worst thing you can do at golf. That little double hit.
That's embarrassing.
Woo.
There's one, and there's two. Now, how do you do, I mean, I'm not a golfer. How do you do that golf?
It always happens on like a little chip.
Chip shot.
You kind of like chip and you keep going and the ball doesn't go very far and you re-hit it again with the club.
So you're not supposed to do that.
It costs you a couple strokes and usually a little bit of money.
3-2. And Posada wants a walk. And here's Granderson. Curtis is 0 for 2, fly to center and fly to right. The fly ball to right in the third inning really hit that ball, run down by Alex Gordon.
Marte comes in, he's got pretty good stuff, but you see every once in a while he'll throw that four-seam fastball in. You better place that where you want. That was a good pitch on the inside corner, but when he uses that sinker, if he can keep that ball down in the zone, he's going to be successful.
Strike.
Yeah, good movement on that one. Marte actually pitched 3 years in Japan for Hiroshima. Carp.
Grounded right side and through for base hit. Ticking off the glove of Aviles into right field. So a single for Granderson as Posada stops at second.
Aviles was playing at double play depth, so he's pinched towards the bag at second, which leaves a little more room to his left to get the ball through the hole. Off the glove and on into right field. Didn't you love this ball when you were hitting?
Good thing about a double, as a left-handed hitter, they move closer to the bag, gives you a little more of a gap there to get the ball to roll through.
Ball get by the infield, he just hits the tip of his glove and continues in the outfield, and you've got that little smile on your face when you get to first base.
And vice versa, when that thing ends up in their glove and you get robbed. I mean, there's a hesitation when you're running down the line, you're just praying that thing gets through.
Cervelli shows bunt and takes a strike on the outside corner as Girardi's trying to tack on some runs here at 4-0.
Cervelli leads the team in sacrifice bunting 6 successful times. He's done this. He's got it down.
I think people realize, when you're playing, how important it is to get that hit instead of that diving play. I mean, when you're playing and you're out there, it's like everything, too. And it's amazing. You put yourself even back in Little League. I mean, how important just getting a hit is.
Beautiful bunt. And so another sac bunt successful by Cervelli. And you score that 1-4
He's
as
something.
the runners move up.
I'll tell you, it's a manager's dream to have a hitter like that up, but you can call upon to get, and he just does it just about every time. 7 successful times he's gotten down the bunt and moved the runners over this year.
So that puts the pressure squarely on Colin Curtis. And the infield is halfway for the Royals. And the pitch inside. Tonight, Curtis is 1 for 2. He struck out looking and singled to center. Moved to second on a pass ball. 4 for 8 as a pinch hitter.
His positions, I mean, he looks comfortable at the plate, like he has an idea of what he wants to do, and a lot of times you don't see as a young player. I mean, minimal at bats in the major league. Good pitch right there.
He's got good balance. Nice balance. You don't see him really falling over after he swings and trying to swing too hard.
I think one of the things that he has beaten is he's not overwhelmed being here because he's dealt with more important things in life. He defeated testicular cancer when he was 15 years old. And he is clear of that, thank God, for the last 10 years. So the big leagues, this is fun. Count 2-1.
He seems to have a decent idea of the strike zone.
That's the pitch right there. If you lay off, you get into a hitter's count, and if you continue to swing, you go out of the zone a little bit. That's the pitch that you roll over. The infield playing halfway, you don't get the run in. Sometimes your takes are just as important as your swings. Good pitch.
Count 2-2.
Just a little bit off of that, got a little more sink on it. He's kind of said Cooper to go off the plate away or go in with that hard fastball. You see that side spin on that ball.
Infield still halfway for Colin Curtis. Second and third with 1 out. Bottom of the 6th, the pitch. And he's worked the count fully. Shows a lot of patience. And Paul has spoken about this a lot, how impressive the other day was taking over an 0-2 count and working the count 3-2 and then hitting the ball out. That's somebody who's comfortable at the plate and doesn't stress out at 0-2. even when it wasn't the 0-2 that his fault. And the pitch. He struck him out, pulled the string.
3 consecutive changeups.
2 away.
This might have been the best one he threw, too. You see good movement on it. Just pulled the string. 3-2 pitch. The confidence in that. Doing it 3 times in a row. But again, I mean, you're pitching for a strikeout in that situation with first base open.
Let me ask you this, Paul. Would you have had changeup a little more on your mind with base open?
Yeah, especially if I've seen it a couple times in the count, and obviously you've swung through it. And anything that a pitcher makes you look silly on, chances are you're going to see it again in that count. And as a hitter, you do have to put that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, they kind of always come back to the scene of the crime.
Here's Brett Gardner. He is 1 for 3. Gardner sees 4.59 pitches per plate appearance.
In the leadoff spot, we talked about it. He got a hit his first time up. Big at bat for him to try to get a hit here. Try to get back going, with some confidence. Drive in a couple runs.
Count 2-0. On deck is Derek Jeter. The 2-0. Line driving, base hit to left field. Posada scores. Here comes Granderson. Here's the throw by Pasetnik. Granderson's in there. It's a 2-run single for Gardner, who moves to second on the throw. And the Yankees lead 6-0.
Big 2-out base hit. And this is a typical Gardner hit. If you pitch out over the plate, he can slap it into left field. Pasetnik charging. And Granderson, watch Kendall just lay in the weeds. Looked like the ball wasn't coming to him. He sweeps the tag. But Granderson gets that left hand to the plate before contact and scores the second run this inning.
It's a good slide getting around the tag. Kendall did a good job of waiting to the last minute, but the throw off line just a little bit. But again, good piece of hitting by Brett Gardner. That ball stayed up in the zone. See Granderson knowing he's going to have to go around. Swipe tag probably got him in the nose.
So here's Jeter. Now Gardner got 2 ribbies on that one swing, and he had 2 total in his previous 13 games. We mentioned coming into this game he was 1 for his last 19, but leading off today because Nick Swisher taken out of the lineup with an Achilles issue. Gardner moved into the leadoff spot. He's 2 for 4. Count 1-1.
As it turned out, this would not be the type of night you want Swisher out there in the outfield running around on a damp field.
Strike. Count 1-2.
Now watch, you're going to see on the base hit. Watch Granderson. Jeter's going to come up. This is his job to let Granderson know what to do, and he's telling him to slide, and that's perfect.
1-2. Fights it off and dribbles it slowly to second. Alvilas over to Butler, and that will do it. But the Yankees get 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Let's go to the 7th. Yankees 6-0 over the Royals. by J&R Music and Computer World, and by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees. When we go to the 7th inning, it's all Yankees, 6-0. They scored 4 in the first, now 2 in the bottom of the 6th. And Chad Godin on a relief of A.J. Burnett after an hour and 25-minute rain delay took Burnett out of the game. Here's Betemit. Foul back. Betemit's getting a chance now to be the everyday third baseman on the Verizon Wireless scoreboard, 6-8-0, leading 0-5-1. Alberto Callaspo was traded to the Angels before last night's game, and Betemit, a late addition to the lineup, picked up 2 hits. He has 2 hits tonight. Count 1-1.
Betemit actually made his first start in the outfield when he first came up with the Royals. Started in left field.
Betemit hitting .387. When the Yankees had Betemit, they really expected really good things out of him. And he was heavier than he is now. He didn't move around very well and was not the player they thought they acquired. But they spun him into Nick Swisher, and that turned out to be a really good trade for the Yanks. The 2-2. Lofted into center field. Granderson is there for the first out. Let's check out the Royals in-game box score, brought to you by McDonald's. 5 hits in there, 3 at the top of the order. Pasetnik, Kendall, and Butler all have singled. Betemit 2 for 3, has a double in there, and that's the offense. This is a team that can hit, too. They had a lot of hits yesterday, but 13 runners left on base. Remember, coming up in the bottom of the 7th inning, Teixeira, A-Rod, and Cano. So Alex Rodriguez will have another shot at 600. Alex Gordon called up before the game today as David DeJesus went on the DL. Injured himself yesterday trying to catch a long drive by Jeter. He's going to have thumb surgery and be out for 10 weeks. So that's a season ender for DeJesus, who's having his best year ever. And it's also a blow for the Royals because there was some talk that they might be able to swing a deal for him. He makes a moderate salary and is a very good player, but nobody's trading for him now. High fly ball, deep left. Gardner back, still back. He's on the track and he'll make the play in front of the scoreboard for the second out.
Alex Gordon, when he first came up, the Royals thought he was going to be the third baseman in the future as Gardner's drifting back, and ball carried quite a ways to the warning track, and he makes the catch. They were even thinking that they might have the next George Brett or someone like him playing third base, and eventually he's been moved to the outfield. And there's still a lot of promise there. He got up to a very slow start, and they sent him back to AAA, and he had a good year at AAA, speaking of Gordon, and now back in the big leagues.
Speaking of George Brett, that's one guy that, from a distance, being in the National League, when I was traded over here and you start to play these American League teams, I couldn't wait to watch him. I mean, that guy just had a great swing.
Yeah.
He was a competitor. He was a great hitter. And from afar, being in the National League, was one guy I look forward to being traded over here to watch play. And didn't let you down. I mean, he's one guy that you love to watch hit.
2-0. And Aviles lofts one to right field, giving chase as Courtesy makes the play. So the Royals tried out every Yankee outfielder as they go down 1-2-3. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, it's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Yankees lead the Royals 6-0, but we will stay right here to honor America here in the Bronx.
And offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
God bless America.
inning here at the stadium. A long rain delay in the bottom of the 5th inning of an hour and 25 minutes, but it's all Yankees as they lead 6-0. Teixeira leads off against Marte. And the pitch is a little bit low. Actually in the dirt, so it's not a little low. 1-0.
It's way low.
Way low. And the count 2-0.
In the Mohegan Sun, I was looking at that sign back there. Michael, you been there?
In that, no, I have not. I've been to the Mohegan Sun.
I'm talking about this.
Yeah, I have been there. It's great.
Great things.
Yeah, it's really good.
Kenny, you played there?
No, I haven't had the opportunity as of yet.
Really a nice place. Want to go?
Yeah.
We'll double date?
I don't know about that. No.
You saying they got a golf course up there?
Yeah, I think they're a part of there is one part of it.
Dang.
All right, there's a walk to Mark Teixeira, and that's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez. A lot of this crowd is here to see Alex Rodriguez. Wow. That's also wishful thinking. Turn that baby around. We're about 8 years away from that.
Man, they must have changed the rules.
Bob McClure, the pitching coach, comes out and talks things over with Marte. Well, you know, Alex, with the 16 home runs, has 599 in his career. There we go. They straightened it out. The first home run he ever hit was against Kansas City and Tom Gordon. Number 100 was against Toronto and Nerio Rodriguez. Number 200 against the White Sox and John Garland. Number 250 against Toronto, Luke Prokopec. Number 300 against Anaheim and Ramon Ortiz. Number 400 against Milwaukee and Jorge De La Rosa. And number 500 was in 2007 against the Kansas City Royals and Kyle Davies, who is going to start tomorrow. They have to realize there is... Oh, there you go. That's what we're looking at. So Alex stands in there one swing away from a milestone home run. And the flashes go off, and the pitch is a strike. The Verizon Wireless scoreboard, 6-0 Yankees. Alex did not like that call. Thought it was too far outside. They've been working him in. They have not let him extend his arms and drive the ball to right. But that was a pitch that was away for a strike. Many in the crowd standing. The 0-1. Breaking ball is inside.
Marte's really showing that slider. He threw it to Jeter, too, to the right-handed hitters, mostly sinkers and a hard fastball. Hasn't thrown that like slider in on the lefties yet, but uses a lot against the righties.
Working out of the stretch, the 1-1. That one is drilled into left center field. It's going to be a base hit. Cutting over is Ankiel. Cuts the ball off in the gap. Moving to third is Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez has his second hit of the night. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. Well, it's that sort of night where he gets 2 hits and people are disappointed.
Yeah, but the thing is that that's a pretty good pitch. It's in on his hands, and he still drives it into the gap in left center. And Keel was playing towards right center field. And the thing about it, when you're still getting your hits, that means when a pitcher makes enough of a mistake, you're really going to get into one. So he's still getting his hits. He's got 2 hits tonight. I would still say he's locked in. That's on Yespo, of course. And when a pitcher, whether it's one of these Kansas City Royals or down the road, makes a big enough mistake, he's going to hit it out of the park.
Well, they're going to bring on the left-hander Dusty Hughes to face Robinson Cano. Yankees have first and third, nobody out. You come on back. brought to you by McDonald's. 2 hits for Brett Gardner. Came into the game 1 for his last 19. Derek Jeter's 0 for 3, but he's walked. Mark Teixeira 0 for 2, but he has walked and was hit by a pitch and scored a run. Alex Rodriguez looking for 600, but he's 2 for 3 with 2 singles. Cano 2 for 3 with 3 ribbies. A hit for Posada, driving his 1,000th run. Granderson 1 for 3, and Colin Curtis 1 for 3. Cervelli with a sack for bunt. And there's a strike from Dusty Hughes to Robinson Cano. Cano is 2 for 3. His last time up, he drove the ball deep to the right of dead center field. Those are the numbers on Hughes. We saw him pitch last night.
1/3 of an inning, a couple runs and 1 hit and a walk.
First and third, nobody out, the 0-1. Cano usually very successful in these spots. He's 14 out of 16, getting the run in from third with less than 2 outs. He has 66 runs batted in. On-base percentage hovering around 400.
14 of 16. I mean, that's off the charts good. I mean, it's,
and that looks like it's going to be 15 of 17. Gordon makes the catch. No, it's not, as Teixeira played it halfway and then heads back.
The reason why he did it, because it wasn't a deep fly ball, and that was only the first out of the inning. So if you're Robbie Thompson, you want to make sure that you don't want one of your big guys coming in there in a collision with a 6-0 lead. So he wants to give Posada a chance to drive in 1,001.
Posada, an RBI double in the first, popped to short in the third, and then walked and scored in the sixth.
Ball right there, though, Kenny. I mean, if you tag up, say he catches the ball and slips and falls, you can still score.
Yeah.
If you tag up and that ball drops in for a hit, you're going to score anyway. You know, because not too many outfielders are going to come up looking to throw out a guy at third base at home. So, you know, as a hitter, I always like to see the guy tag up, at least give you a chance.
And there's a base hit, so it's all for naught. Scoring is Teixeira, an RBI, number 1,001 for Posada, and the Yankees lead 7-0 as A-Rod advances to second.
Tell you what, Roy's hit a couple balls hard tonight. Right here kind of boring in on him, but he just smacks it to right field. With a good at bat, driving another run. Didn't stay on 1,000 very long, did it?
Nope, he's on it, working on that next 1,000. Only been 2 hitters that get to 2,000. Babe Ruth and Hank Aaron.
Here's Granderson, lefty against lefty.
Oh, good swing.
Now, Yankee fans are rooting for more runs, and also, the more batters that come up, the better chance they have of seeing A-Rod in the 8th inning. So Granderson, the number 7 batter, is just 1 out. Posada with his 13th multi-hit game of the year. Pitch outside. Granderson is 1 for 3. Singled off the glove of a diving Aviles in the 6th. He has not had many RBIs of late, just 2 ribbies over his last 22 games. And he was saying the other day, this is the longest he's ever been in a slump in his career, pretty much the whole season. He started off well in April, but since then, he has really struggled.
What's he have to do? I mean, I'm not saying to salvage a year, because that kind of just says you've been horrible, but I mean, what do you do now if you're Curtis Granderson to try to end up on a good note? Do you try to battle yourself to 270? Do you try to get back, you know, driving in runs? He was injured, so his numbers are going to be down anyway. What's a baseline?
I'd say if he hits 250, they'd be happy if they won the World Series.
Yeah.
Well, he's at 240 now, right. So
I think they expected more than 250, but if he gets to 250 and they get through the playoffs and helps win some big games, I think they'll be happy as he swings and misses for the second out.
A little crossfire on that one, Paul.
Yep, every once in a while those lefties, they get you down and they count. They'll change that arm angle just for one pitch.
Traveling this season? I'll take the Yankees with you. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Yankees game live or on demand on your computer. Visit Yankees.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Here's Francisco Cervelli. Now, Paul, I hope you're ready, okay? Because coming up, you are going to get a chance to read the disclaimer.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't study it last night because you hogged it last night.
You're
so
going to have to do it cold.
I'm barking.
We're going to do it next inning, so you'll have, during the commercial break, to study. But this
You know what
is big.
it is?
It's legal.
You know what it is? You figure everybody's in bed, a little late game, and people aren't listening. Go ahead and get it out of the way.
See,
right?
but there are a group of lawyers that sit there, and they listen to every single disclaimer that's written. If you do it wrong, there's going to be lawsuits all over the place. So there's a lot of pressure.
Tomorrow's Saturday. They're staying up late.
Everybody's waiting to see if A-Rod gets another AD.
That one is lined to left field, and Pasetnik is there. But the Yankees get a run on 2 hits, and 2 men are left. We're taking this baby to the 8th inning. It's 7-0 Bombers on yes.
No hair right there with a size 7.5. That's hilarious.
Hey, tonight throughout the Yankee season on Yes, we're asking you to vote along with us for the Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Tonight's candidates are 1 Cano, 2 Burnett, 3 Posada, 4 Gardner. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Very quietly, a nice job by Chad Godin. If he can give the Yankees 3 innings while they have no kick coming, he has really saved the bullpen after that hour and 25-minute rain delay. And Keel fouls it away, and the count 1-1. This homestand has not been kind to the Yankee bullpen. At the end of this game, the bullpen will have thrown at least 30 1/3 innings over the first 7 games.
You know what that's going to happen during stretches of the year? Because, Michael, when they're on the West Coast, they hardly threw any innings.
Right.
Because the starters are going so deep in the ball game. I think every starter on that trip went at least 7 innings.
Here's the 2-2. Coming up in just a moment, you should set the DVR. Paul O'Neill will be doing the disclaimer.
Really worried about me.
It's a position of honor and it's of import as well. Make a little helmet joke, but this is big. 3-2. Grounded foul.
I can't figure. Is it the little helmet or the big head? How do you look at that joke? Huh? Still haven't gotten over me drawing you on the big screen out there.
Fans still come up to me on the street about it.
You're well known.
Yeah.
Huh?
The 3-2. Driven out deep into left center field. Giving chase is Granderson. Turning, looking. It's off the wall. Ankiel will get himself a double. He really drove that the other way. So Ankiel with the double, and here is Paul O'Neill with the disclaimer.
Let's go. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and the descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
Good
now,
job.
What does that mean?
It means you can't take this and sell it.
Oh, okay.
Good job. Really good job.
You know what, Mike?
Can you sign that?
I was going to ask you to sign it for me because you're the only one that ever reads it. I've been hearing that since I've been like 12 years old on telecast. I always wondered.
They changed the words a little bit over the years. They made it even more
legalese.
Lawyers, yeah, legalese.
It pretty much in those words, you better not do something. I don't know what you can't do, but you better not do it.
All I know is when I was reading it and I saw disseminated, I didn't realize that had 2 S's in it. I was so confused there. I thought they gave me a bad copy or something.
Just trying to throw you off. Yeah, just trying to throw you off.
The 1-1. That one is lined in the right center field. It's a base hit off the bat of Betancourt. Ankiel will score, and the ball is fielded there on the warning track by Curtis. An RBI double for Betancourt, and on the board are the Royals. Yankee lead is now 7-1.
You said it go, Dan. Got a couple real good innings. All of a sudden, a couple balls. That ball, you see it just lays out over the middle of the plate. Ankiel hit a good pitch. Betancourt hit another good pitch up in the zone. I'll tell you what. The outfield, you see, we're still moving around out there. It's amazing as much rain as we got early. I mean, guys are still getting to the wall.
Looked like Niagara Falls for a while, didn't it?
Michael said he's never seen it rain that hard.
That was pretty bad. There's Posednik. Betancourt's at second, and the pitch is high. Strike.
And the more you watch this series, the more that you kind of pick out players and think, this guy's a good player, could help a really good team. And Posednik, in my mind, can do a lot of things out on a baseball field.
The Alvaladeo warming up. The 1-1.
First of all, he's an accomplished leadoff hitter. Number 2, he's a very effective base stealer. He's the type of guy, if he doesn't start a ball game, you can bring him in late in the ball game to try and make something happen on the bases. Pinch runner. So if you're facing a tough lefty that night, you want to give him the night off. As soon as they go to that right-hander, you can get him in there.
That one is a fly ball to left field. Gardner is there. 1 away. Hey, don't miss the Yankees Rock On weekend now through Sunday. There will be great giveaways at each game, and the 2009 trophy is going to be on display at Gate 2 for photo opportunities each day. Now, for special ticket promotions, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium box office or all Ticketmaster locations. Rock on. So 1 away, that's going to bring up Jason Kendall. Foul back.
Kendall's been playing a long time, but one thing that he's kind of been known for, maybe the understated part of his game, he's been hit by a pitch 252 times in his career. He's 3rd on the all-time list.
Kind of hangs out over that plate, gets that elbow. You can see that little pad on his elbow right there. So he gives that a target where you don't have to worry about it hurting. Right under all those tattoos, you just pat it up.
He looks like a throwback guy that could have played in the 50s. Looks like a tough guy. There's a ground ball up the middle, a base hit. Betancourt grounds 3rd, and they hold him up. Granderson wasn't even going to throw home, and they held him up. So a base hit for Kendall.
sudden you see this inning kind of unfolding where Godin has really been shutting them down, making good pitches. All of a sudden the ball getting up in the zone. The ball up the middle. I understand with the large, when you're down by a lot of runs, you don't take chances, but very tough for outfielders to come up on a night like this when it's wet, make a good throw to home plate.
You know, the thing about it, too, Granderson would probably have tried to keep the double play in order. That's why he'd thrown the ball to second base and not really worry so much about the runner coming home.
Third base coach Eddie Rodriguez. Billy Butler fouls it away.
Tell me the truth, Kenny. If you're on the on-deck circle, if you're Billy Butler, you just see him hanging on it, holding him up at third, you're like, put a little smile on it. All right, I'll take it.
Butler's probably the one that said, hold up.
That's right. He was down the line.
He's going to hit into a double play. There's one, and there's two. I think that's the 24th double play that he has hit into this year. Royals get a run. They lead one. It's 7-1 Yanks. By Fios TV, internet, and phone, who served up Alex Rodriguez's 500th home run. He gets start for the Royals, 4-6, 5.45. Sergio Mitre, first fill-in start for Andy Pettit, 0-1, 2.88. Our coverage starts at noon on Yes with the batting practice show. So the lefty, the Dusty Hughes, deals to Curtis a strike. The 0-1. They say that's a strike, so the count 0-2. That one's fouled away. If you just got home and said, hey, why is this game still on? Well, there was an hour and 25-minute rain delay in the bottom of the fifth inning. And if you take that out, the game's kind of moving along. We're in the bottom of the eighth right now. Curtis, Gardner, and Jeter. Pitch outside. Count 1-2.
Yeah, there's that crossfire with two strikes on a left-hander. That's, Paul, you probably think that should be illegal.
You got to show it early in the count, so you know.
Oh, no, he doesn't do that. He waits till you get two strikes.
Yeah.
And Curtis hangs in.
That became part of scouting reports on lefties. And I can remember going through the scouting reports, and the last thing they would say, will drop down. And then it would tell you he would change his arm angle late in counts. And then if you do it more than once in a count, it doesn't, surprise the hitter as much.
Nice piece of hitting by Colin Curtis. He picks up his second hit of the night. So in an emergency start for the injured Nick Swisher, he bangs a single to open up the 8th inning.
Yeah, he's turning into the Minuteman. They come through when you, without much notice. Hanging breaking ball. Finally got something he can handle. Hangs in there and rips it into right field for a base hit. Best pitch he had to hit during that whole at bat, and he didn't miss it.
He's showing some good things. I mean, just the little things he does. He takes great routes on the ball in right field tonight. You've seen him cut a couple balls off. I think he's going to end up being a pretty good player.
Well, one more Yankee gets on, we could see A-Rod get another at bat. And they stay out of a double play. Count 2-0 now on Gardner. The 2-0. Chases a pitch, maybe out of the zone. Count 2-1. Gardner is 2 for 4 today. A double in the first, and he scored a run. Struck out in the second, struck out in the fourth, and then a 2-run single left field in the sixth. 90-mile-an-hour fastball under his hands, and the count 2-2.
On Swisher, was it a one-day thing or possibly a couple of days that
They said that if they had to use him as a pinch hitter today, they could have. That it was just a precautionary move.
Like I said, I mean, with the switch, Gardner has a big night. You know, Curtis has an opportunity to play right field, get some at bats. So I just wonder if it'll go another day, or Nick Swisher's having a great year. You don't want to pull him out if he's able to get out there and play. These spot starts when you're not an everyday player can really help you down the line.
3-2. Fouled off in front of the plate.
Okay, did you do much pinch hitting at all in your career?
Not really. It wasn't easy. I remember that. The times that I was called upon just didn't feel right.
No, it's like you didn't get loose until you were already mad sitting on the bench and you were 0 for 1, right?
3-2. And this is what Gardner does that's so frustrating to the opposition. He will spoil 2-strike pitches. They're not holding Curtis on. And Gardner works a walk. And they are building toward another Alex Rodriguez at bat. But Ned Yost is going to have it against a right-hander. So he has seen enough of Dusty Hughes. He's got 6 right-handers in the bullpen. He's already used Marte, so it's one of the other 5 with Derek Jeter coming up and then Mark Teixeira. Stay where you are.
post-game. Bob Lorenz by himself, by the way, brings you the highlights and the analysis of the game and around the rest of baseball. Plus, Kim Jones gets the quotes from the clubhouse. It's all coming up on W.B. Mason post-game, only on Yes.
Well, new pitcher for the Royals, it's Kanakoa Teixeira. 47 hits in 41 in the third innings, 24 strikeouts, 14 walks, a good ERA of 3.70. So we're one batter away from the Teixeira matchup.
Okay, you get the idea when you start seeing the same pitchers over and over again from the bullpen that they just keep running them out there. I mean, you talk about the hitting on this team. They do score some runs. They haven't tonight, but their bullpen, their starting pitching, other than Greinke, you're going to have to find some guys that get comfortable getting guys out that you can trust if you ever turn this team around to get in some big games.
I talked about the fact that back when they were a very viable playoff team, that they had some solid pitchers, both starting and relieving.
Count 1-1 from Teixeira. Derek tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. Hitting .272. That's grounded to second. Should be 2. There's 1. And there's 2. And the crowd groans because they know that if Mark Teixeira doesn't get on, then A-Rod doesn't get an at-bat. And right now I think it's all about that, so.
Watch Betancourt in the middle here on this double play. Gets the flip from Aviles, but he's very slick. Like a walk in the park. It's a tailor-made double play.
Sometimes as a hitter, you're not even out of the box, and there's really no use in running. Everything is against you. They're already turning the double play, and you're not even out of the box yet.
This has to be the first Teixeira matchup in Major League history, I would think.
A slightly different spelling, though.
One eye out.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye out for you.
That's 2-0. And the count 3-0. Now the crowd's getting excited again. And he walked him. So that will give Alex Rodriguez another at bat, to the delight of the crowd. It is amazing what one great playoff will do in your acceptance level here in New York. Alex Rodriguez used to come up here to booze, and everybody in this ballpark is pulling for him to join that list of people that have hit over 600 home runs. He's one away, trying to become the 7th man in big league history and also the youngest man in Major League history to ever hit 600 home runs. So Kanakoa Teixeira against Alex Rodriguez. Shattered bat, and it's a fair ball. Off balance throw to first, and that will do it. And Alex will have to wait till tomorrow to try to get number 600. All he was left with was the handle of the bat. We go to the 9th. The Yankees are leading 7-1 right here on Yes. Is brought to you in part by Mercedes-Benz. Experience truly great engineering today at your authorized dealer. By IOTV. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV. And by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. Well, we go to the ninth inning here at the stadium. The Yankees holding on to a 7-1 lead. And they will bring in Jonathan Albaladejo to try to get the final 3 outs. And those are the numbers on Albaladejo, who was pitching lights out in AAA, 31 saves and under 1 ERA. Godin gave them 3 innings. A.J. Burnett is going to get the win if the Yankees hold on. And there's a strike to Guillen. New first baseman for the Yankees is Juan Miranda as they give Teixeira the rest of the night off. And there's a new third baseman as well. It's Ramiro Pena. The 0-1. 0-2. The 0-2. Foul away. The 0-2. And the count 1-2. In the minors this year, Albaladejo had a 0.96 ERA. 61 strikeouts in 46 and 2/3 innings. Just 12 walks. And there's a big league strikeout. Time to take a look at the Land Rover drive of the game. Why get a car when you can own a Land Rover?
You got to go all the way back to the first inning. Jorge Posada drives one down the right field line. 1,000 RBI of his career. Robinson Cano wheels around. It's a baseball. Gene Monahan will mark it up for it. The Land Rover drive of the game.
Here's Wilson Betemit, 2 for 3 tonight. The Yankees are leading 7-1, trying to take the first 2 games of this 4-game set.
Gino better keep that pen out because you got A-Rod for going 600. You got Cano going for 1,000 hits.
The 1-0. There's a strike, 1-1.
Remember the night that I drove in my 1,000th RBI? The next day I came in my locker, there was a plaque. And one of the good things that the Yankees always do is, congratulate you as a player on, milestones and things like that. I'm sure that Jorge will receive something from the Yankees just to say good job. And those are things that you don't have to do, but I still remember that like it was yesterday. And it's kind of a pat on the back from a classy, traditional organization.
The 2-1. Where's that plaque now?
Downstairs. I have it at home.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Because I know that the batting champion bat is under the couch. It's still there?
You know what? The plaque had enough brown in it that kind of melded in with Neville's landscape down there, so it stayed out.
All right, good. The silver bat didn't.
No.
Jumped out. The 2-2. 3-2.
Michael, I listened to you all the way to the ballpark today.
On the radio show on 1050 ESPN?
Oh, Chris Paul. So is he coming or not?
I don't know. I know they want him.
I hope he signs quick because he'll be at the ballpark. They all show up at Yankee Stadium right after the signing, right?
I don't think it's going to happen in the next 2 days.
Oh, okay.
The 3-2. Grounded to Juan Miranda. And the Royals down to their final out.
Hey fans, 2 big premieres are coming up on GMC Presents Center Stage with Michael Kay. Tonight after the postgame, American soccer star Landon Donovan discusses the U.S.'s incredible World Cup run on Wednesday at 11. Yankees favorite Andy Pettit talks with Michael about his many years in pinstripes. It's 2 new center stage events only on Yes. Michael's doing double duty.
How many you do of those a year?
I'd say about 16 to 20.
Yeah.
Yep. I hope we didn't lose our Landon Donovan audience because of the rain delay. Alex Gordon swings and misses. Yankees are looking to go 27 games over 500, and they did not go 27 over last year until August 9th. The 0-1.
And if we lose that audience, it'd certainly be something to kick about, you know?
See what you did there.
Guys are all over my head. These things don't come to my mind. You guys are pretty good at this.
You know, just Michael and I start. It's like a tennis match. I knock one over the net, he'll knock one back.
And the 0-2. Swung on and missed. And the Yankees win the game 7-1. That's an impressive ninth inning for Albaladeo. 3 up, 3 down with 2 strikeouts. So A.J. Burnett gets the win. Alex Rodriguez does not hit his 600th home run. Jorge Posada gets his 1,000th RBI. And Albaladeo strikes out Alex Gordon for the final out here on a rainy Friday night at Yankee Stadium. The captain likes it. And we remind you to stick around for the postgame show to find out who's tonight's Chevy player of the game. So I'm sure a lot of the fans here will be disappointed because Alex did not go yard. But you know what? It keeps the excitement going over the weekend. Kyle Davies will be on the mound for the Royals tomorrow. And how unusual that would be if he served up the 600th home run. He had also served up the 500th home run right here at Yankee Stadium. I believe it was also on a Saturday. And it was across the street when he hit his 500th. So 2 hits for Robinson Cano will give him 1,000 for his career. And 1 for Alex Rodriguez, 1 home run will give him 600 for his career. Speaking of Robinson Cano, that's who Kimberly Jones is with, Kim.
Yes, Michael, I am. Robbie, big 3-run double in the first. First of all, you get on the board, obviously. You also give A.J. a little bit of a cushion. Did you feel good about that?
Well, yeah, you know, starting the first inning, get 2 runs, one of the best things so you can get your pitcher feel more comfortable.
You have 66 RBIs. You're ahead of your pace when you had your career high of 97. Do you think about hitting or getting 100 RBI this season?
Well, I don't have that in my mind, but I would like to.
Who wouldn't, right?
Yep.
All right, tell me about an hour and a half at bat. You were at the plate when they called the rain delay, and you were still at the plate. You didn't stay there the whole time, but when they resumed, an hour and a half, same at bat.
Well, you know, we were expecting the rain, and we just went in there and just rest a little bit, and then just hit in the cage for like a few minutes and just get back on.
Tell me about having the best seat in the house right now while Alex is at bat. What is it like for you to watch him knowing his next swing could be number 600?
You know, I feel so proud of him, the way fans support him now. And we're looking forward to him to hit 600 home run.
I know you are. And you know what he said? He said one day he will be so proud to tell people he played with guys like you. That matters to him more now than the numbers.
Wow, I appreciate that. He says that. And but like for us, we want to see him happy and we want to hand on it.
I will never lie to you, Robbie. He did say it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Michael.
Thank you, Kimberly, and thank you, Robinson, as well. Well, we got a lot to come. We're going to tell you some award winners, and then Bob Lorenz is standing by in the studio for the W.B. Mason postgame. Kim's going to the clubhouse. She'll do her work there. Yankees have done their work. They won 7-1.